What happened here? Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything on my screens is is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So it makes a complete, fully transparent, and fully accountable record of my trading. It's really a handy idea. This is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 27th of July, 2026. We're in a gap up outside day at the moment. Where we're going to open is another story, but that's where we are right now from Friday. One of the key tenets of this stream is that I take absolutely no trades off the stream, and all trades that are taken are live, real time, and recorded. So there's never a playback, there's never a rear view mirror, oh boy, I did this here and did that somewhere else and all that. Let's look at trading view and imagine what I could have done stuff. It's live and it's real time. If I stop, I stop. If I don't, I don't. And I only take trades which I have done the homework myself to vet so that I trade statistically. Having said that, I do not intend, nor is this, for financial or trade advice. You can lose a lot of money, and there's a disclaimer in the description. But what good would a trading journal be if I didn't record trades? I think you'd have to agree that it wouldn't be very, it would not be very complete. So, having said that, let's move on to I think I remembered everything there. I don't script this stuff, so, shoot me, what can I say? Let's get on to the reports for the morning. This is my basic news. Thing is working weird here today. I don't want to do that. I want to do this right here. This is financialinvesting.com, which is my basic news source. It's free. You see all the ads floating around. The idea here is that if it's free, anybody can have the same resources and tools that I use normally, whether that matters or not. But there you go. And I don't pay for it. Today, July 27, 2026, we had durable goods out this morning at 7:30. We've got the Atlanta Fed GDP now coming out in a bit at the top of the next hour. Why this hasn't updated? They're really good about getting their ads flapping all around, but as far as updating the stuff, it's really become it's really disappointing. So this is investing.com. As I said, it's my original one, and I like it because of the way the presentation for screen snapping is good. You can filter this for anywhere you are in the world or reports that you're interested in. And if you notice, the header of each event turns to a URL when you hover over it. That means you can then click on it. If you don't know what durable goods order is, you can click on that and find out the most recent releases and all about who puts it out, etc. The big, there are earnings. I mean, there are some numbers out today that are this week that'll be important. But the key thing that we're doing now is the earnings season. And of course, today's not a big one. But let's see what we've got for the week here. And you'll notice how long these are between days. That was just, all of that scrolling was Monday. We got Visa, Coke. I think we're going to get some of the Mag 7s out in a little while here. Let's get down to Wednesday. Ooh, let's get down to Wednesday. Yeah, we got Microsoft and Meta out here on Wednesday. Typically, Wednesday is the big day, I've noticed. I don't think that's probably a secret to anybody, but, last week we had Alphabet and Tesla. This week on Wednesday, we've got Microsoft and Meta. And they're always on the Wednesday. They seem to always put out the biggies on the Wednesday. So earnings, be aware. And again, investing.com, you can, do whatever you want to do. You can search all however you want to, and it's free. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is similar in that it has a calendar feature and it has a squawk box. Now, Financial Juice will pull non-economic related events into their calendar or pick them up on squawk box, which have potential risk for the market. Trump's going to give a speech about something. Obviously, nobody can know at all in advance when there's going to be some tweet or another. But in today's world, as traders, our fundamental mission in life is to preserve our account. And the only way that you do that, the fundamental way you do that, is risk management. So if you don't know about a risk, it's pretty hard to manage it. Here, for example, Trump meets Israeli PM tentative at 10 o'clock tomorrow. That they pulled that in here because everybody recognizes nowadays that there's a potential here for some comment or whatever to have an impact on the market. It's not political in any way, but it is from a risk point of view, and you will never see those kinds of things. See what tomorrow has to say. You see, you'll never see anything like that in investing.com. They only report traditional economic stuff. So it for me it's good because it provides a separation. Anyway, all right, let's get on to the pre-market now, which is pretty freaking interesting. First of all, I want to draw your attention to the fact that look at this. Get out of the way there, buddy. Look at this. There's the open on Friday, and there's the close on Friday, exactly on the open. They traded them all the way up and all the way down and all the way all around, and they opened them and closed them on the exact same price level. So it is nothing more. It was nothing more than just a complete speculation, having nothing to do with the value of an S&P. Which is something I hear people talk about, and I don't really believe that's the case. I think when it comes to intermarket, intraday trading, primarily it is a function of speculation. I believe that. And if you don't, well, that's up to you. Anyway, so there you have it. There is the close of Friday, and there's the open of Friday. Exactly the same, 74.44. So there we are. And here we are today. Here's the overnight. What did they do? Well, they gapped them up, way up, 40 handles, and then they traded them up all night. So here's our open. Overnight inventory is more than 100% long. Based on, oh God, we're not going to bomb Iran for 10 minutes. It's a wonderful thing. It's so amazing. The short attention span of the markets these days goes hand in hand with the news cycle, I guess. And so at this moment, we're trading, not only are we gapped up, but we're trading outside day and outside range. So we have a big gap up at the moment from here to the close. Where did the close go? Here to the close. There we are. That's our gap. So it's 75.11, 58. We got a 50 handle gap, and we're outside bar or outside day. Typically, I would say there would be responsive selling to take profit. That would be in the normal world. In normal world, that would be the way it's going. But this is not normal world, so I can only just watch this stuff and see what happens on the open. And my advice to myself here is to trade them like you see them, not what you think. Crazy, but that's the way it is. So this is investing RT, investor RT. That's my basic charting package. These are the micros. These are the minis. Same exact setup. Micro ES, micro NQ, the higher time frame micro composite chart, and the market profile. I don't change the market profile from mini to micro, so it's the same. It's the minis on both of these tabs, but I do change it from full session to RTH session as I do the rest of all the windows on both tabs. Starting with the higher time frame, which is, I think, the way to go. Here is the micro composite high time frame or micro composite chart, the micro mini or micro composite chart. And it's real simple. Let me just say, first of all, that in the header of all of these IRT windows, you'll see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. And then the chart name, but that doesn't, so what? Doesn't mean anything to anybody. That's just something I dreamed up. So right over here, what we have is the micro ES. It's a daily chart, and it's the daily periodicity, and it's the daily session. So this means that it's 1 minute bars making up one day. That's how they do it. Anyway, so each one of these is a 1 day RTH trading session. There was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, and so on. And there will be a new one out here pretty quick. So wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, which is this yellow boys here, and high and low and all those things. Also, it generates a high and low volume nodes for this current MCVPOC. I don't keep them going for all the others, but, I change it each time. Thursday, we gapped way down. So that was the end of this micro composite, and here starts the new one. Now, I'm not saying this is my way or the highway or this is right or you should do that or anything else. Remember, this is my trading journal. I'm talking to myself essentially in order to get my thinking into the recording to complete the journal. And this is how I do micro composite, and it's consistent. It may not be right, it may not be wrong, but I do it consistently, year over year, day over day. If there's a better way, let me know. Same way with trading. If there's a better way to trade and you see something stupid I'm doing, please let me know. That's the whole theory of this stream. Anyway, here we are. The micro composite 7442, the micro composite POC 7442. Here was Friday. Here was Thursday. We'll see where we open them. Right now, see this little white guy right here, this little nub? That's where we're trading right now. So we're in the gap from Wednesday to Thursday. There you go. Now, those high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap, and I enter these values. Oh, by the way, here's another one that's pretty interesting. These are the naked volume points of control that still remain open. I enter those automatically or manually, and the session prices here are entered. Come on, man, quit that. What are you doing here, stupid thing. And the session prices over here are automatically pushed to Bookmap. Let's look. Let's see what we're doing for volume. So far, we were 134% volume last night, so that's was interesting. Okay, Bookmap. Let's see about Bookmap. Bookmap, my trading execution platform. The first thing is, this is the chart, and these are the data columns. I put this blue line right here, which you can sort of see back there, which is nothing more than just a vertical line, boom, on the first print of each session. The idea is that if I glance to my left and I see that blue line, and I know that this is right here, right now, the inside market, trading to the second, I have no question about it. I have the entire session in view, which is really important for me because I want to know the context and have a firm understanding of it. So that's the first part. Starting with the columns right to left, the micro composite where I enter those values manually that I mentioned. There's the gap low and the gap high and all the stuff. That's interesting. There's the gap low and there's the gap high. Just fit in the screen. This is the volume. These are the high and low volume nodes, which do push automatically over here. None in view right now because of the gap. Full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through 1600 today. It's the full session, not the ETH. This is the RTH volume profile on Delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is very important to me, and I think should be to everyone. The first thing that needs to happen is I need to determine the open type statistically for the day and then change the column title, but we'll do that in a minute. These are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. I publish these continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday, and I share them freely. If anybody if you hear this stream and you would like to have those, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with a URL. It's just a simple, it comes down from Google Drive, and it is a CSV file, so it's safe. And, because I push my data up to Google, and then Google does whatever they do to the background of making sure everything's okie dokie, and then shares it out in real time. This is the Delta for the full level 2 book, ask and bid, and these are the prices. And you'll notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT because I believe in keep it simple, stupid. Volume, probabilities or percentages, price, period. Here is, so let's, there's just a POC, point of control, nothing more than the marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. VWAP, which arguably could be considered an indicator because it's calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. There's one for the Globex and one for the RTH, and there's a mid. Simple as that, and nothing else. Nothing else. So, statistics. Well, if there's only 4 statistical opens, and it's real simple to calculate where they are or determine that because there are only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, we already determined that the close is way down at 74.44. So that's way below us. So we're higher. We also determined that, we didn't determine, stand by. Also, then the second criteria is if we open right here, right now, how does that compare to the previous RTH high or low? Well, there's the high. So we are higher and we're out of range. So we're going to change the column title first and foremost. In other words, it's a gap up. Okay, higher, out of range. And I change those titles on this column every day to the correct open type so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I know exactly what the relationship was. And now we're going to delete the previous statistics and put in the ones for today. How cute is that idea, right? All right, let's look at the, we'll do the statistics in a minute, but I need to do something first here, and that is Oh, shit. And that is a called the TLab snap. I do that every day at about 8:20, which this happens to be. And you ask yourself, rightfully so, what the hell? Boy, I'm not doing it good here. I'm putting the wrong stuff everywhere. You ask yourself, what is the TLab? And that's a good idea. It is what happened here? It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is, boom, get it on the right thing here. Uh, yeah, let's see. What was I doing? Okay. Yeah, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who has been trading like 45 years or something. 48, I guess it is now. And he was a professional trader, I guess, years and years ago. When he started, he was a money manager. And I'm sure he doesn't do that now. I'm sure he just trades his own account. Or I'm not sure of anything, but I suppose he only trades his own account now after all these years. But he doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. But it's a good room. You're never solicited for anything, and there's good people in there and good philosophy. So I was pretty active once upon a time, and basically on a suggestion from Tom to trade our own markets, not just me personally, but all of us traders, trade your own market, focus on your own trading rather than yucking it up in a Discord room somewhere. And that's what I do. But every day at about 6, I post the news and reports, and every day at 8:20, I post this snap to give everybody in there of idea of what levels there are, in case they don't have the same, in case they don't have the same kind of charting. So that's the TLab. Now we're going to get back to the statistics, which come from this chart right here, this study. We've just determined that we're going to open higher out of range. So it's a gap up outside to it. This system is very simple. It looks back at the most recent 1,835 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 450. Of the 450 days we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 343 times, 76.2%. Overnight volume point of control, 76.2. And there you go. That's all there is to it. And I will simply go down this list and type in the rest. The overnight high is 74.7. So overnight high, 74.7. And away we go. Excuse me. Overnight mid, 66. Day gap up. There's a lot of things happening now today. Previous high, 64.4. IB high, 64.2. That is so far below us, I'm not even sure if we can see it, but let's wander down here and try. There we go. And what is the IB high or low? Well, it is, I don't know who dreamed up that it was the initial balance, but I suppose it was Pete Stottlemyre because it comes from market profile. But what the IB high and the IB low are only the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Overnight low is 35.1. Now, this is real interesting here. There's the overnight low, right? 35.1. Okay. Riddle me this. How could we possibly get to 64.2 if we didn't get past 35.1 first? We couldn't. Okay? So, it's real important that you remember these are just probabilities based on those two criteria and a look back of 1,835 days. It doesn't know that Donald Trump, bombed somebody. It doesn't know that whatever, the Venezuelan gold has been stolen by England. It doesn't know any of that stuff. It just knows probabilities. Looking back at 1,835 days, how often were each of these price levels revisited by price in the RTH trading session? That's it. Real important to understand that. Value area high, 42.9. And they're going to be all over the map here. Especially with this crazy environment that we're living in. And these, random, make no sense kind of things that are happening geopolitically. And let me just say one word about value area high or low or developing value area high or low. Developing is for the current auction. The value area high or low are for the previous auction. I don't even know what I'm doing here. What have we got? Previous POC is 30.0. Well, again, I don't know how far down we got to go to find the POC, but it's way the hell down here somewhere. There's the open. Jesus, criminy Christ. The POC's got to be near the settlement, I would think. Look at that. Look at the value area low and the previous low. How far down does the previous low go? Previous low is I'm not making this up. Previous low is 12.4%. Wow. That's kind of, I would say that that's a relatively slim probability, wouldn't you? And there's the value area low just below it. Who cares? I'm not going to worry about those values right now. I think that this is the POC is probably right under here, but it's not showing up right. So let's just move on. That's enough statistics for today, I think. I'll explain to you why the statistic status thing is not working exactly right. It is working correctly, but it's a function of bookmap. All right, so in other words, here is the POC exactly on the close, which is exactly on the open. That's why they're all stacked up. Do you see that right here? There's the previous, this is the POC, there's the POC, there's the POC, that's the close, and that was the previous RTH Open, all at the same spot. So there you go. All right. Now let's move on to, well, we're going to open here in a couple of seconds. So I'm going to move on to let's be quiet and open. Boom. All right. Let me close this thing here. Okay. 15 seconds. Let's see if I've done everything right. I guess I have. We can't trade in bookmap yet, but that's okay. I haven't activated the trade control panel. 2 seconds. Oh, look at there. Boom, 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 boom. I can't make these goddamn gosh darn thing reset like it's supposed to. I don't know what's the matter with it. Well, we're off and running now. So, am I on the right window? Yes, I am. Am I on the right everything else? Okay, here we've reset. We're banging around here like normal. There's our open. Big lags on IRT, which is to be expected. And here we go. Those are the zones I'll be watching for this morning with the IB trade. We didn't quite take out the overnight volume point of control. We've traded through the, no, we haven't. Yes, we just traded through the mid by a tick or two. And I need to do something now if IRT will play nice. I need to change the session from full session to RTH. So this is now Friday. There you see the close, and there's the right on top of the previous close. And here we are gapping up. Yeah, Panda. Good morning, baby girl. I love you too. Yeah, that girl. The cat has come to make sure I'm not screwing up. Or more likely to make sure I go give her something to eat. What are you doing? Jesus. This thing is, it snickers in such a knot. There we go. All right. I've done everything I can do, short of something someone suggested I run on Chat GPT while the market is moving to tell me what to fix, and I'm not sure if I want to get there. I don't even have a thing for Chat G. Yeah, stand by, Panda. Hold on. I don't think I have a thing for Chat GPT, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. First things first. I have to do this in order to keep the session prices pushing properly for everybody who uses them. Here's our current open. So we've got everything working kind of okay, lagging like crazy, but you know, hey, what do you want to do? 30-second lag on the micros. All right, so what have we got? We have our POC, the full session, or the RTH is the bright yellow. The muted yellow over here, up there is the, this one right up here is the full session. And there's the IB low and there's the IB high. They look about right, so that's a good thing. And settle down. You'll be fine. I promise you won't die of hunger while I'm doing this. Okay. IRT is IRTing with 9-second lag. That's not so bad. I couldn't trade with it. I obviously can plot with it, but I couldn't trade with IRT if my life depended on it. I barely do it with Bookmap. I mean, so speaking of that, in order to trade with Bookmap, what has to happen now? Well, in order to be able to trade, you have to activate the trade control panel, select an account or a trading setup. You can click the button again because now you've got one selected and you have cancel and close. Just a minute, Panda. And then we need to make sure that I've got everything done over here properly. The statistics are on the right one. This was all stuff I did last night. We've got multi-account thing going, and that's the right one. And we've got multi-brackets, and that's the right one. Okay. There we go. Now we could trade with Bookmap. And what I'm going to do well, I'll stand by until I leave. All right. Now let's see what this poor starving cat that weighs about 20 kilos has got to offer. Oh, panda. Panda, panda, panda. Turn on something here. Music-wise. Yeah, it's terrible, baby. Here, you want to... Tony or somebody? Okay. Okay, we got the starving kitty under control. Good morning, by the way. This risk neutral trading, again, my virtual trading journal. I trade live only. Strict commitment to never take a trade off the stream and always only trade live. Okay, now there was Blue Boy. This was the RTH or the ETH session. Here's our open. And there's our open right there. So we need to slap on Blue Boy for the ETH now. Vertical line. Pretty close. All right. What are we doing now? Well, this is interesting, isn't it? We've already got 2 distributions going, or 3 distributions going on here. I don't know what to think about all this. So far, our day is bullish. How can that be? Wow. Using my new data tools here, this is Edgeful. These are all of the Mag 7. This is everybody that makes up the S&Ps and the Mag 7 with their associated reports. So there's the gap fill. Opening range breakout, which I think I need to get rid of because I use the IB. There's the IB standard. I can actually get rid of this thing here. I don't need this opening range breakout, I don't think. And the opening candle can just forming. Well, if we need to be careful here. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I think I'm the only person watching, but that's okay. So the Yeah, it may be just a crazy day. You never know. We've already punched the IB out to 16 handles already in 10 minutes. That's pretty volatile. This was a wonderful, if you know how to do this swing trade, boy, wasn't that sweet. I don't do them, but boy, someone should. Someone should. Now we have this is the configuration I like, which is 1 point high here on Bookmap, and then around 5 minutes or so, 15 or 5, down here on the timeline, I have a pretty good idea about. It gives me a good sense of scale. Notice we don't have any excess at the top end up here, and the overnight highs up above us, close by. Also liquidity just above that. That's suspicious. Today and Thursday of this week will be a little bit, they're the late TAM runs, so I'll leave it at 9:30, which is pretty inconvenient because that's just at the set of the IB. But hey. Okay. Whoa, here we go down here. Now remember, these are not IB this is not an IB stat, right? These are just the IB high and low is nothing more complicated than marks the high and the low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session from in wherever you are in the world, but it's from 8:30 Central Standard Time until 1600 Central Standard Time. That is the official RTH session, regular trading hours. Actually, 1500 if you want to call it the cash, but there you go. So that, this is perfectly normal. It'll push this low down as far as it wants to. It'll push the high up as far as it wants to. And wouldn't these be lovely? I've got to just start taking these trades early on, even though they're not vetted, which makes me real conflicted. But they are asymmetric. We test it once, we test it again, go short. And if it goes 2 ticks above, you're wrong. Asymmetric trade ratio, or relationship, risk to reward. You don't know where it's going to go. It had been down here already, so that's a possibility. You could look at it the other way. When you're close to the beginning of the market, you need to start thinking about, is there enough meat on the bone? But at this point, here we go. IB high, IB low, the statistics, 25, 50, 75, da-da-da-da. What's going on now? Is something falling on its ass I don't know about? Probably. Those statistics come from this right here. There they are. Oops, I didn't do something when I restarted this. Okay, turn that one off. Turn this one off. This one, and this one, and this one, and that one. There you go. Now, the only things left are these. Wait a second here. This one. There you go. I think I've done something here. Stand by. Let me just make sure about something over here. I work with these overnight. 5-minute opening range period. Yes, that's wrong. You see that? 60. The opening range where the IB is 60 minutes, not 5. When I'm doing stuff on the weekends and back testing, whatever else. What's going on? What did that say? Why did that say that? No meaningful calculations. Well, that's pretty weird. 60-minute period. What did I screw up here or something? Session start 9:30. Risk. Well, okay. Range limits. $100 points. I'm just trying to make this. I shouldn't do this stuff over the weekend. The formula is at least characters long. What the hell are you talking about? What formula is 149 characters long? the hell are you talking about? Well, I don't know what I did, but I broke it. That's pretty for sure. Doing something last night. And all I want to do is I want this thing right here to push these. There's the IB high, there's the IB low. And I want this to be 9:30 session start minutes. That's correct. This is right. And this is 60 seconds, the opening range period. Minutes. I mean, it's 60 minutes. I want that to be right. Why isn't this working? What have I broken here? Well, it would be interesting if you told me what formula here, Mr. IRT. What I'm watching is I'm trying to get this set up so that my statistics, what it's not doing is it's not understanding that I want the IB high and low. I don't want the 5 minutes like I was testing over the weekend. Let's just do this. The range, percent risk. Is 100. Percent risk. See if that does something. Oh, that seems to have fixed it. It was the risk that was screwing it up. All right. Well, now we know the percent risk. So what'll happen now that this is saved, and only after I save it, is this will now be up here on the high and the low, and it'll be doing everything like it's supposed to do. This is so painful with this lag crap in the mornings, really. What you have to do with IRT is now, in order for me to get that rule to be modified, watch over here, I have to modify the rule. And then save it. There you go. And you notice how the IBs popped right up there, and these percentages automatically calculate within the range, and there you are. So magic. Maybe not. God damn. Okay. So the zones are now correct. The IB low and the opening range low. When IRT updates the next go around, these will push down and up. These percentages will calculate between them, and those are the levels I trade off. And for this strategy. Man, this is so frustrating. Someone sent me a code. I don't have Chat GPT. I don't know how the hell to even do it, to be honest with you. And I'm not going to do it against IRT while it's running in the market. A colleague sent me something he dreamed of to check and see why the lag is. And I am pretty sure I know why the lag is what it is, but never know. We'll go off, get Tam out of bed. Okay, what am I doing now? Well, there we go. Now you see that the opening range low and the IB low and high have all aligned, and the statistics are correct. Check what that risk was doing. Oh, there we go. Get the girl. Okay. Oh, look at they tagged into that liquidity that's been down there forever. Do you see that? And traded through it. So what's happening on the bigger picture over here? There was our open. Our little gap. Aren't we so excited? Gap up. Now we're back into the range. It's so crazy that the markets are just, I don't know what they're doing, to be honest with you. I mean, it seems to me to be totally irrational. But I guess speculation and making money is, I guess somebody's figured out a way to do it. I don't know, make money off irrational behavior is all I can say. Look at the liquidity here we've got. Now this liquidity, notice this liquidity level here. Yeah, go. This liquidity level came into the market at 10:30, 22:26 last night. And it's been sitting here all night long, and we just traded to it. This has been a behavior that we've recognized here in the stream, Anton and I a couple of times, and Antonio, way more than once. Some liquidity level will come into the stream way late and lay there forever. The market comes right down to it. Trades right into it, trades out, traded out what? Something. Traded out something here. 372 contracts and on the ask, and you know, there you go. I don't know how to exactly, I wouldn't know how to exactly approach trading it other than when we did a swing up here, you know, short it, looking for there. I don't know. Well, there's 15 minutes. The boy's on the job. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Ooh, look at them go. They're not happy with whatever's going on. And I think that's exactly the emotion that the market should have, but nobody cares what I think, right? Here's the IB high, remember. Will we get down here? We've already come through the 49%er. We're going to come down to this IB high. That's a good possibility. I don't want to scare her. She'd be afraid of snakes. Yeah, I know. That's another thing I'm afraid of, is that laugh. My wife jerking my chain. Yeah. False advertising. My wife's busy jerking my chain here. Oh yeah, nice hot green tea. All right. So Tam's up. We're going to be out of here at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to do something right now to be sure that the cat doesn't think it's a real clever idea to come mosey through here and take a trade. Do I think we're going to go down and tag out that IB high? I've got to start paying close attention and drawing attention in the stream here to these levels. What happened here? Boy, I don't know what this thing is doing. I'm gonna have to restart this machine again. What am I doing now? Well, we haven't closed the gap. We haven't closed. We have closed the outside day, but we haven't outside bar, but we have not closed the gap. Here is the. There was the outside bar, which we came smoking through right away, but the gap is way below us. Gap's down here at 44, 44, 74, 44. So basically 30 handles is more or less 26 handles below us at this point. What? Such an irritating thing. YRT, why aren't you just... Wow. Bottoming here, are we? He said. Well, we have certainly extended the IB. 40 handles. Wow. I did some studies over the weekend that I will share or get into later, especially when Anton's back, because it was stuff that we were talking about together. Assuming he drops in today. Hopefully he's got some lovely thing better to do with he and his family or whatever. And that's probably a good thing to do in this summertime. What do we have going on over here? 80% volume. Average 5.5 points, 5.25 point volatility. ATR on a 1 minute bar. High volatility, low volume. What does that say? That says our friendly boys and girls in the high time frame worlds are just shoving this thing around wherever they feel like. And it is interesting that we came smoking down here to the previous value area high and then just turned around and weren't interested after that. If you think about, well, the old-fashioned gap rules are, if you close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted in the previous day's value, that the chances are 80 or 90%, I don't know, that you will trade across the value. Well, we traded right down to value and turned around so far. That doesn't mean we're not going to go through it and close the gap, but that's where we are so far. And then the other side of those gap rules are that if it's rejected out of value, then the high probability to trade back across it and trade in the direction of the gap, which, like every other real meaningful, insightful trading analysis, it'll go up or down. It doesn't go down, it'll go up. It's just, it really is that ridiculous. But that's the truth. Oh, they snuck below the, they're going to get down and tag out that previous IB, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if they slip down to the settlement, which is, you know, a fairly common thing to do by these yahoos. This is a bar trade, I guess you could say. There is a very definite distribution. We broke out retests. I would suggest the trade would be a short. Just based on what we've been doing, based on context. That's what I don't know about that bar trade, is how to judge the directionality of it. Is it do you just always enter in the direction of the trade, or what? Some of the guys in static are lean on that trade a lot. Welcome to the stream. I don't know who's here or who was here, but like, subscribe, and most importantly, drop something in the chat and let me know what's going on. Let me see here. I need to get thinking about the move. That's for sure. We've closed the gap. No, we've closed the outside day. Why didn't the oh, maybe the ES didn't do that yet. These are ES, not MES. It's probably, I should probably have that. I thought I had this set up my way once upon a time, but I guess not. MES. MNQ. Okay, now are you going to do what you're supposed to do now, or what? According to my stuff here, the MES has definitely closed the outside day. I'm not sure why this isn't picking that out. Okay, I'm going to be dusting off the bottom of the hour here for the TAM run, and then I'll be back in around 30 to 40 minutes, depending on what magic traffic is up to. The magic traffic. Thursday, Friday, Monday, open, sell them down. So that was responsive selling to take profit. Who was that masked man? Who said that in the pre-market? You need to stop and think about it. All you've got to do to be a consummate wizard in trading is to say price is going to go up or down. What else can it do? It's binary. the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It can only tick up or down, period. We're gonna get down to the previous IV high, and then I'm guessing settlement. So let's see what happens here. In the meantime, I'm gonna get ready to dust off, so I'll type this up here. Okay, yeah, there's that eye below. Well, we have just, oh, and look at this, the previous close. Are they gonna close the gap? Look at there, huh? How far are we now? We're 10 handles away from the gap, or so, more or less. Well, gap rules. Funny how frequently those old-fashioned market profile isms pan out. I guess it just makes common sense. Well, yeah, wouldn't that have been a lovely short, huh? There are studies and rules around that we'll look at when I'm back. I'm gonna, wait a minute here, we got music, and I forget what music I put on. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's probably gonna go for a while, I guess. Wait a second. What do we got? We got 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20 times 2 is about 40 minutes. That's kind of close, but yeah, we'll see. See what happens. Well, we went breezing through the previous IB high, and now we're poking our nose down towards that settlement and the close again. Let's look at the statistics here quickly. Previous close, 47.2%. Well, there we are. 47.2. No, I'm not saying I'm doing this in retrospect, but there, you know, there's the close, and here we are. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, if you stop and think about it for a second, 47.2 is about as close as you're going to get to 50-50, right? Without being there. No, I better skedaddle. Bottom of the hour. Well, there we go. All right, here we are. Ooh, Anton, what's up? What's up? Goodbye, come back, whatever. Yeah, I had a tam run this morning. Yeah, good morning. Back. I better put that on my thingy here too. I did some interesting stuff over the weekend that you might be interested in. First of all, what the hell have we done here? So we did an IB. We broke the IB. We retraced to the 25, and now we're back down there. So that would have been the trade for me. 20 handles. Damn. I did come up with a way to get the edgeful data on the 5-minute bar thing. And I did a lot of interesting AI crap with the edgeful AI, which was interesting. And so this is the absolute trade that I would be stalking here in the morning. Where am I? 6 doop doo. Okay, I'm on the right screen. Yep. IB is taken out right there. That's the stat. And then up we go to the 25, and that's the short, and down you go. Especially with these large IBs. Let me just kind of get my feet on the ground here after that whirlwind adventure across Texas. Ooh, look at this. Look at here. I guess they're not as excited about the markets as some would have us believe. Wow. Remember, though, this is in range-wise, this is essentially what we've done here, pretty close to what we've done here. This could come right back up to a doji across the top. You never can tell. I was thinking of a way that I could post stuff that I come up with for you guys, you, Anton, or whoever in the stream here. And I don't know whether the risk neutral Discord would be the place to do that. Yeah. Well, that's one thing that I haven't really been able. I did a lot of conversation with the Discord thing, with the edgeful AI thing, and I also did a couple of those 5-minute practices over the weekend. But first, let me show you what's going on. Let me just figure out everything I got to do now that I'm back, because it's, as we know, that's a drama, but it's just 2 days in the week now. So it's apparently, it's tomorrow morning or Wednesday morning. I got at 4:00 in the morning, but I'm back and done with that long before. So there's 3 pickups in the week at about 1:30 or 2, but there's only 2 mid-morning drop-offs. So that'll help. Get something fast up here, music-wise. Boom, 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 boom. Is it Mumba? What are you doing, Lucky? What are you doing there, buddy? Where are you going? Huh? You come to see Dad? Thank you. One of these. There we go. 160. Okay. I don't know what we've got for news. The news is all over with, but who the hell knows what's going to happen with the geopolitical mess. Okay. These have still got big lags on IRT. I guess I'll shut that off and restart it. And then as quick as I can bring that back up, I'll get over to Edgeville. Exactly perfect there. That's just the perfect one. That's the IB that I've been stocking. Come in all Monday morning all, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and excited to do something, and then ugh. A wrench goes immediately into the works. All right, well, IRT is restarting and doing all the stuff it does. Make sure that the okay, that seems to be happening now. So what I'll need to do is put everything on the RTH session. I'll have to change the make sure the zones are right, and they are. Hi, buddy. What are you doing there, Lucky? What you doing, buddy? What's going on here? That seems to be okay. But we didn't take a trigger. Why? Oh, okay. All right, I think I've got it pretty well figured out now. Or, all the stuff I need to do after I restart to make it normal for everybody else. Okay. All right. What's up, bud? Big shot. Yeah, this would be beautiful, huh? The retest of the 25 are a little bit fast, and then down we go. And still no heat and continuing a runner. We had another one of those. I don't know when you were around, Anton, but we had another one of these liquidities that came in at 10:20 or 22:20 yesterday evening. This one right here at 85s, and stayed in the book the entire night until right there. And just like a magnet, that thing went straight down to it. So there's that. Now as far as the Edgeville thing, I was going to show you. Here we go. Okay, this is what's in play, the screener, the reports. Let's go up here. All right, what I figured out is this. And we can do it by day. This measures every time that price comes back and retests the open of the first 5-minute bar. And the way I was able to, hold the phone. Nobody move right there. Here we go. And this is on the ES. So this is a thing called the ICT opening retracement, basically report that they have. And what this is in ICT world, I think that's that crazy guy. Anyway, I think in that world or that group of people, They make a big deal out of retracing to the open at midnight every day. Okay, so the way I was able to figure this out is this is the percent of time that we retraced to the open at 8:30. What I did was I just created a session which starts at 8:35 because you can't. This report doesn't measure back to within its own session. So this creates a session from 8:35 to 1500. My time, by the way, not your time, not Eastern Standard, Central Standard Time. So this is the percentage of time based on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever. We get a retracement back to if we opened above the previous open, or if this 5-minute bar happened below the previous open. And there's the percentages of time that it retraces for the probability. Now, the frequency is not so much, right? And this is only 6 months, so let's punch this out some time, because that's one of the things that you have to be really aware of, is because sometimes I'll see, 85% or something, then I look over, there's 2 instances. Well, come on, that's nothing. So in this case, there are 18 and, whatever, but we need to get you more room here, I think. So even just out a year, because we don't want to get too far crazy with this random nonsense. So here they are. 35% of the time, or 35 frequencies percent, 35, the frequency of 35 we opened above, we retraced to the open 74% of the time. Opened above did not retrace, and the same thing with the lows. On Monday, all things else being equal, and the ES. There you go. That's what I was able to do. Apart from the other one, which I had done with, which we looked at last week. Because I got curious to see what this kind of data, what the, more professional approach to the data was going to do myself. What it doesn't do, of course, is look at now, maybe I could actually. Nope. Let's see, what else can I think about doing here? I was trying to think about a way that there would be a, maybe over here. By size, by fill time, by spike. So this says when it's filled, by what time in the morning, and this would say by size. So let's see what the by size thing would do, because that's all important. As you were just mentioning above, it's only 2 points, right? And I also ask it, what the hell are these percentages? It's the percent of the price. So, for example, if price moved 75 points, 10% would be 7 points, right? So that would be, and what the way they do that is they take the amount of the price divided by the price. I've got the thing that I asked the IB about. It takes the change divided by the price by, say, 7,500. That's where these percentages come from. That's also the same as the percentage on the IB thing when it asks for the percentage. So let's see here, what the custom, boom. In your case, today, that would have been it, less than 1%. So if there were 10 handles and it's 74 wherever the hell the open was, where's the open? And it's 75-10, well, then it'd be 75-10 divided by that many points, and that gives you the percentage. There's some other interesting stuff here. I'm not sure whether I can. This was a pretty interesting dialogue or exchange here with it. The percent of time, trying to narrow down the IB and the percentages of days when it travels so much distance and to the 25, and if it retraces to the, say, the 25% like it did today, and then what would be the probability of extension to the 1 standard deviation or 2 or whatever else. That's where that went. See, oh, that's, yeah, a little bit much there. Where's the thing about your stuff here? Here's the how it works on the percentages, the size story. So it takes in the case of the opening 5-minute candle today. Yeah, no problem. It's interesting to me too. The 5-minute candle of, say, 2 points. Well, you would divide 7,500 by 2 points, and then that gives you the percentage. So it would be, well, there's the example right there. And that would be the percent that you would use for those size things. What else is going on right here? This is where I started working on trying to narrow down the, this is where I recommended I use this one, and then I worked out that I needed to set up the separate session. And here's the retest frequencies and how it worked, and how this was AI talking back, answering my question. The AI from Edgeful. Yeah, interesting. And then I made some, the whole thing this is our chat where I wanted to see what you had done, when you had entered and when you hadn't. There's the whole conversation with Edgeful. So yeah, anyway, there you go. Well, what I was trying to work out with my own testing and my own back testing idea is that if the range is enough, like you just said, it's only a 2-point range. There is a 75, and in this case, there's a 90%. Well, with the small range, there's a 96% retraced from the to the open. And that means, but the problem is how far away did it go, right? So you need to be at least up here, but there's a 60 or 70% probability that your idea is accurate, I think. I'm also looking at the magic box, but yeah, like, look over here. This is today, right? So there's the open, there's the IB high. As you said, it's this is not in the first 5 minutes, but Let's see here something. I think it's I think that your or at least my qualification would be the size of that 5-minute bar, obviously. And then I wasn't quite sure. You've said several times that your thinking was from the high of the 5-minute bar. Well, the close of the 5-minute bar may not be the high. So the range, I think, to make it worthwhile or not, needs to be from the close of the 5-minute bar, not the high or low, because it could, obviously it could be. And that's the part that what I was doing when I test these, frankly, I'll show you exactly what I was doing. When I back test these with the replay, that was a magic box. I go to 5 minutes. Close. Are you on the right one? Yeah, okay. So there you go. So here's the first 5-minute candle of the open. Here's the open way up here. Right there, right? So there's the open, there's the high, and there's the low. You would have to decide if you, well, in this case, I would imagine you'd be thinking long. That's what I would think, because here's the low down here. Well, but here's the close, you see, and that's another problem. It's got such a tight wick or tight open to close range that from the open to the close is essentially nothing, like you said. 2 bars or, 2 points. Maybe the idea would be to get, I don't know how I don't know how to think about it. I mean, in my opinion, this isn't big enough. You need a bar like this. You need an open and a close, and then you get long down here, for example, targeting the open. That's the way I think it would have to be, you'd have to play it. Yeah, it's got to be from the close. And so right here, for example, there's the open and there's the close. So that's nothing. What is the open? 05, just like you said, it's about a 2-point range, and that's exactly right. 7 to 5, so that's out of the question. It needs to be a bar, and that could be worked into a regular statistic somehow. I also, when I was doing the AI thing, I don't know whether it calls this crap up or what it does. Oh yeah. Here's a history of all the stuff that happened. Here's the price returning to the open thing. Oh, I didn't know it did that. That's cool. But it doesn't scroll up or down. I don't know what happened to the rest of the thing. This one does. Anyway, there would have to be a minimum, for the statistic itself, would have to be a minimum range of that candle that is outside the session. This is just a, kind of a bastard workaround in Edgefold, making this goofy session time down here that starts at 8:35. There's no way that I know of to determine or to filter out by the size of this first of the last candle. Do you know what I mean? That needs to be done with proper code and a proper something that could be done pretty easily with TradingView, for example, but not with Edgefold. This is as close as I was able to get, and it does not allow us to figure out the size of that last, the size of that bar, or from the open to the close, which would be the first bar, which would be the open of this. I don't think there's a way I can do that either, because it's the open of the previous bar. I don't know, maybe. I'd have to think about that or ask that AI about it. But I mean, it's so easy to just do it visually, but that's, that doesn't help. So my guess would be the way to approach it basically would be to just put up some 5-minute candles, and if the first 5-minute candle is wide enough, then wherever it closes, you go the opposite direction, trade the opposite direction to the open. That would be pretty much. That's pretty simplistic, but I think that's the only way to go. That's the only way I would know to approach it. In actual trading, as far as the statistics goes, that's another story. If I'm just thinking right, the way to do this would be to understand. I don't think this can quantify the distance or the range from the open of the previous bar to the open of the session. I ought to be able to do that, though, don't you think? Because that would be the gap. It ought to be able to do that. So that should be right. Should be able to essentially the gap. Oh, no. The gap would be the close to the open of the first bar, I think, wouldn't it? Oh, I don't know. That requires thinking. I have to think about that one a while. Yeah, well, depending, and again, yeah, exactly. And if it's 2 points and you trade 10 lots, guess what? That's always the outlier. There is the size. I mean, that's kind of the way they do bonds, I think. That's, as I understand bond trading, it's it's not a matter of how far it moves, it's a matter of the size that you put on. Well, think about that. I'm not sure whether that gap is figured as the by fill time, size, weekday. Fill time's another pretty cool one too. I don't know what this previous candle does. I never looked at that before. Maybe that's answered the whole question. I don't know. What does this mean? I gotta go down here. Oh, he doesn't have a video thingy. Oh yeah. Gap up, gap down, previous candle. Oh, this is a. I have to figure this one out somehow. And maybe that would be it, but I don't know. A lot of stuff here, I'll tell you. This thing is can get pretty complicated in a pretty big hurry. This is talk about size. That's the thing I wanted to see. And it's not doing that. Gaps filled by size. Oh, this is probably the wrong. It's immediately jump. Ah, shit. Every time I move reports, it goes jumping back to the, oops, sorry about that. It goes jumping back to the one of, that wasn't what I was looking for. I don't think. Well, these would be an easy way to figure the probabilities. It's if you just took the size of the gap, which is what the points times the price is. So, you know, now this is pretty interesting, right? Look at how that changed, how dramatically that changed. Yeah, I'm gonna stop thinking about it for now. I'm not doing any good for the rest of it over here. Okay. Let's see, get the chart back to normal. There you go, the mystery chart. Oh, wow. Mean reversion. What are you doing here? MR back to POC. Good idea. Yeah, it'll be great. 20 handles if you get there. Super. Wow. Yeah. Well, there we go. Is Einstein going to come up with, have something to say later today or something that I don't know about or what? Well, I'd say that the retracements are done. I need to come up with something for the VPOC migrations, I guess. Oh, very nice. Well, that's irritating. And by the way, that VPOC is sitting right on top of the IB low too. So is this going to be a touch and a here you go. Congratulations, that's a great trade. Well, I think common sense prevailed. No news that I know of, but common sense. You know, the market went up overnight on the fact that Trump was giving talks a rest or something like that. In other words, he wasn't going to continue to bomb them for a couple of days or something, is what I saw on a couple of different Tasty Live or whatever else. And for that reason. For that reason, the market jumped up, you know, overnight, which, as you and I probably understand, means they're getting a bunch of people short or long, and then they're going to hammer them, which, welcome to the world. Exactly what they did. I have not seen anything else contrary to that. And I can look for you, though. Here's... Here's that. Let's see what's going on else. No, Pakistan minister to your bot. I don't think there was Trump. We are having deep talks with Iran. If they are not successful, we'll return to powerful military action. 10:08 this morning. Yeah, I am, baby. Thanks. And the market went up based on him saying over the weekend that it was, you know, Friday night or something, that it was not going to be, that they were going to take a break or whatever he calls it, you know. Whichever, it must be, you know, he can't trade as fast as we do. So he's, you know, it takes him a while to get short that big size. It's, you know, all the oil that has come out of Venezuela, billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil. Guess where the money's being stored? Somebody got to the bottom of the money trail. They followed the money. Yeah, congratulations. That's great. 20 handles. Good for you. All of that 300 and some million dollars for the oil that has been taken from Venezuela is being stored in a Qatar bank. Not the U.S., not anywhere in Europe. Qatar. Interesting, huh? If you're trading EES too, that's really super, man. You're making money hand over fist. That's great. I'll be right back. part of the other idea I was looking at with AI, that Edgeful AI, was the probability of reaching the 0.1 level extension level above the IB high or low after a retracement to the 25, the 50, and it was based on different IB size, which was interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about it, that's for sure. And I missed the IB the continuation here again, which is so far good for 10 handles. That's so wonderful. There's a program you might want to look into to do with that whole spot gamma thing and everything. It's called Mentor Q. I came across a video of it, and I think I had seen one a long time ago with a gal that I used to know about, Anne Marie. But this was with, I don't remember who now. This latest one I saw. It's called Mentor Q. Yeah, I just did. Sorry about that. I was on mute. Yeah, I was a bit like mine, great minds think alike, right? Yeah, it's like Edgefield. There's a bunch of great tools. Back testing and Monte Carlo, prop firm passing thing and all kinds of shit. It was $250 a month. So all in, the prescription or subscription would be about $300 a month. That's good for Anton, or what's his name? But not me at this point. Pretty funny when I was listening to that Mentor Q thing. I thought I got to remember to tell Anton about that tomorrow. Yeah, well, I'm sure glad I didn't listen to myself. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he moved there. I saw something in that interview that I watched, something about he moved over to the States from Italy, I guess. Well, close the gap, close the range, close the outside candle, close the gap, and went all the way around, all the way across range. That is pretty much exactly the gap rules. I don't know. They're into a lot of stuff, I guess. But I know what you're saying. Tongue in cheek, I know, but I've never really particularly, Ukraine, obviously the States, those guys, when you think about software and trading programs and stuff, those places just kind of popped in my mind first. Oh, well, yeah, I guess that I never thought about that, but well, somebody said something. Look at that. Hope you were long. Yeah, okay. What did Tweets or Us have to say now? Iran requested a meeting through surrogates. Trump, Iran wants to meet and we're meeting. There's a chance we could make a deal. Well, there you go. I'm trying not to chew in your ear here, but and be able to talk at the same time. Yeah, he's just continuing over and over and over again, repeating the same stuff. I don't know whether this is a press conference or what the hell he's doing, but oh, and they've just now pulled into Financial Juice that he's going to speak at some ceremony at 1:10 and then give some other speech at this is him talking with the press on Air Force One, apparently. I think he's got some speech at 13:50. And what? What? Well, what are you gonna do with this guy on the scene? He must have got all his calls in, I guess. Didn't know they had Bloomberg on Air Force One. They must, huh? It's really so amazing, you know? I mean, let me start over. There's a high probability that none of that crap is at all remotely, even slightly based on truth. And look what happens, you know, with the markets up and down and all around. It's just amazing. I hope it's all true. But, I mean, come on. What was it, a year ago that Iran's nuclear capability and all of its infrastructure was completely decimated, quote unquote? It's, you know, it's just. I'll ask Putin if he's sending Iran satellite images to Iran, and like that guy, your best buddy's gonna tell you the truth. Jesus Christ. And people just lapping it up. I don't know what to say. So I guess nothing is the best thing to say. Well, is this the quintessential bull flag that we have here? I'm not sure how those work exactly. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that pattern, how it's supposed to be formed, but when I look at that, this price action right here, I say bull flag, which is kind of like saying bullshit, but otherwise, you know. And then up they go. I don't know. Well, I haven't even looked at trading view stuff yet, or the IB or any of that. It's all over with now, so. Stay lobby. Well, if I were a politician or a guy and I wanted to make a lot of money, I'd throw out some bad news, then I'd throw out some good news just after I had long or shorted a bunch of stuff. And then I would have a big solution to the problem just about a week before the midterm. You know, that would be, I would be amazed if that doesn't play out exactly like that. Maybe I'm just getting too old, but I really think it's just that, almost that transparent. No, of course not. Yeah. No, of course, that's the last of. Well, there's been a lot of people who are who have come out and had things to say about this investment stuff that Trump's been up to. Just the flagrant front running and pumping and all stuff. It doesn't seem to have any remorse, or it doesn't seem to be embarrassed about it, that everybody knows, and is figuring that that's what he's doing. I'm half tempted to go short right here and just go take a nap. Wish I could do that. And there's a good reason why not to do that, right? Well, I wonder how the hell the news gets off of the airport, Air Force One, midair, and gets picked up that fast. Hmm. Well, the original plan for the day worked out pretty swift. Yours worked out great too. Good for you. My original IB thing would have been just right on. Now it's all, I have nothing to do. Upside down and news and Trump dump and anything that I would do now, I would think about as a well, if it isn't the Magic Man. And I'll thank you to know it's still morning over here in the great state of Texas. So, you know, show some respect. I've been testing out your, I tested out your Magic box on the MNQ over the weekend. It does have some pretty good consistency. Just, I mean, I don't know, your strategy or how you do the stops and all that stuff, but just throwing one on as it, throwing one above and below the box and then letting it rip. I hope you all had a good weekend, by the way. It was hot. It was not as hot as it's been over here, but it was in the mid 90s, I guess. That 7.5 mile jaunt yesterday knocked my stuff in the dirt, I'll tell you. I drank like 2 gallons of water and never even thought about needing to use the restroom. Yeah, that's right. It is on your side. Exactly. You're Pacific Standard, right? When is it? I thought that I saw something about yeah. Oh, no wonder you're successful. You can see tomorrow. Cool. Motive wave. Is motive wave similar to the ATAS or something? I don't know about motive wave. Yeah, that's what I thought. Rich guy. Rich guy. I think I'll go short. I think I should have gone short a minute ago. I should click not talk, eh?
The IV low is taken. The IV low is taken.
Well, this is just. All right. I hadn't noticed it until this morning, but the yesterday or Friday's RTH session opened and closed, and the POC were all on the exact same price. Or at least according to my stuff. Well, there was the short I definitely should have been on. Well, are we gonna? I'm certainly regretting not doing this. Like always. Wow. Go short and hold down here, I guess. I guess they decided that maybe those talks weren't as real as the great one said. Or did somebody already come out and say, no, we didn't say that? Maybe that's what the deal is. He ended his remarks to the reporters on Air Force One at 11:38. Well, my. What do they got below them? Breakout of the last Thursday is down there. $11.75 is the low, and I think they're headed there. Now it's afternoon here, Magic. More hours for you, I guess. I don't have that, but that's doesn't mean anything. Here's my 25th of June, and no part of that is naked. Been traded over a couple of times here, and also here. I think. In the RTH anyway, or at least my, oh wait, I'm looking at the MES, never mind. You're probably right, let's look over here. There's naked volume points, or naked POC. Come on. No, essentially the same story. I thought there might be some gap that was missing in the other one, but it's the same. But yeah. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Magic. I was, as I said, I've been messing with your box, the Magic box, and the replays and stuff. And obviously, that's an opening thing. And then you switch to different price strategy ideas throughout the day, because I've seen a couple of your posts that you just closed out of a trade or something like that, which would have nothing to do with the box. How long do you typically keep looking at that box? I would guess maybe the first 10 or 15 minutes, maybe, or the first trade or two. I know none of my business, by the way, of course. Just curious. I also was, I'm now downloading, in case that's not, I'm now bringing the MNQ data in every day so I can do those tests on that as well. It doesn't seem to be slowing anything down, and I don't think that it's a problem for IRT. I think that's crap of its own. So I'm not worried about it. Boy, oh boy. Well, here would have been a TLabber, huh? There's the VWAP, VPOC. I didn't even notice that till right now. I mentioned it was short here on the IB continuation, but didn't do it. $20 handles later. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Cool. Thanks. Oh, that give me a kiss. Never hurts to ask, right? Okay. Well, let's see here. It must be, it is after 12. Here, midday. Well, the 12-to-1 trade would definitely, or stat would definitely be in the ballpark, and we are pretty damn close to an outside engulfing candle on the last couple of sessions. So there's all kinds of stuff getting ready to go on here now as we keep pushing lower. The last line in the sand they got over here on this is 7,300, 7,360 here is this fractal low on my version of the micro composite. Well, good for you. Yeah, that's right here. If somebody wants to pay me for hindsight stuff, trading in a rearview mirror, I'd even take 50 cents on the dollar, you know. I don't know what to do. I'm just going to have to I got to get my head out of this hole somehow and just start throwing them on. Like I stand here and say, this is a short, and then I don't click the frickin' mouse. That's just not sustainable anymore. But yeah, good for you. And I'm sure so now you're looking at around 80 to 100 points so far because you took the long off that a minute ago, to the mean reversion. And now you got a short up here for another 20 points. So I guess what are you looking at for 24? It's maybe 50 to 60 points so far, at least that I've heard about. That's really great, man. Congratulations. That's really great. And the magic man over there, he just, coining that money. Coining that money. I did do some, not that it matters at all, but I did do some coding stuff. I can test out all the IBs or the orbs. Really test them out with the IRT backtesting engine and with all the various parameters here. This one's a fence trade, which is one of the ones that I wanted to try out, which I keep thinking sounded like a reasonable thing to do. It's real simple. It's a breakout, open in, close out. That's the breakout bar. Then the trigger is open outside, wick back into the range, and close back outside. In other words, confirm it's going to go that it might be wanting to go in that direction. And it's a breakout or a continuation trade from the opening range. A breakout, the orb thing. And it does it accurately. And I can control the risk and and the amount of limit the width of the opening range or the IB, however you want to call it. And those kind of things over here with this stuff here. Oops. Come on. With this stuff here. That works. So just the basic trade would do, let's see something here. Oh, that's 5 days. Let's look at that. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't done this before. So let's see. 100 trade, doodle-doo, RTH session only, the MES. Won't plot the equity curve because that seems to be a hassle. Well, there you go. Lost $95 on 100 days. That's kind of the way they all seem to add up. And here's the problem: if it hasn't changed, it's what I noticed yesterday. The winners, there's something with risk that's not going right with this plan here. Come on, you gun. Yeah. Average losing trades $234. Average winning trades $270. Well, that's not so bad. But here, in this case, it's 35 losses and 30 winners, and there's 5 consecutive winners and 4 consecutive losses. So it's I don't remember what parameters I have set in here now, to be honest. I wanted to make sure it was working right. So back testing, because I can change it to any size orb, 1 minute, 5 minutes, whatever. Try to see if that lends some short term. I'm liking the 5 minute bar and the opening regression and the or whatever you call it, retrace. Now I can't get rid of the goddamn thing. Thank you, IRT. Oh well, put you guys back on bookmap and I'll fight with this over there. There's probably I'm guessing that there is I'm guessing there must be a dialogue open. Exactly. There we go. It sounds reasonable on, in theory, you know, it sounds like a reasonable approach. But it needs to have enough expectancy so that, you know, you're the risk to reward and you can just then trade it. So says the guy who put it out there, but doesn't test out as far as I'm concerned. Thanks for putting those in there, Anton. I use them religiously every day. I mean, I go back and look at it. You know, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. The fundamental style of his trading is profitable. Magic. The rest of it, I don't know, but at least that making money part is good. Both of you guys. While Anton's thinking there, and on a serious note, Magic, do you look at these GTX gamma levels somehow or another? Like Mentor Q or Spot Gamma or any of those? We were talking about that up the chat there somewhere. Anton has been looking at it over. He's been digging in, looking into that over the last few days. Also, if any of the stuff that I've heard about it is true, it makes sense that it is a reflection of what the options dealers, market makers need to do to stay delta neutral. And so that's why those strikes, those prices, and have the certain horsepower that they do. It makes sense if that's true, but I know so little about that world that I couldn't say. Yeah, me too. There's been a lot of stuff about it lately, and a lot of, talk. Ironically, both Anton and I had ended up looking at something, a similar, the program of a similar name called Mentor Q. I just noticed it over the weekend. I have no idea where Anton did, but. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know that stuff either. Very basic, very rudimentary knowledge or understanding of options. I'm gonna step away here for a minute, jump to the shower and stuff. I gotta go get him at the bottom of next hour, I think. Oh, I got some time. Drawing down the strategic reserve by 3 or 4 million barrels a week. I don't know if it's true or not, but they're talking about we're running out of bullets, you know, running out of weapons and strategic stockpile of weapons, which of course I'm sure there are those out there who would think that was pretty cool. Gonna go out the bottom here pretty quick, or test it once more, I guess. I'll be back in a few. You guys trade them up. Well, let's see here now. Okay, I'm gonna go out for a little walk here. I'll be back in a flash. All right, so what's happening now? Oh, back up towards the IB high or low again, eh? Well, I got to start thinking about IB. Go get the little one. There. All right, Magic. Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow. Well, let's see. Anton, I think you're probably still away. I'm gonna get organized here and go get Tam and hopefully be back. You know. God, I mean, I hate to say it anymore. I don't know. But we'll see. Well, better late than never. Back. Just barely. Yeah, Anton, take care. What a waste. I'm going to have to change the schedule around somehow. I don't know what to do, but anyway. Here we are. Here we are. Almost 3 o'clock. Let's see. I don't know what the hell has happened. Let's take a look at the market on close orders, I guess. All buy side, not a lot. So that's reasonable. Sure, we've got some. What's going on tomorrow? Consumer confidence at 9 o'clock. And there's earnings, of course. Yeah, so not much of a market wrap, but something, I guess. What did we do today, all in all? Well, here we go. There's our open. Bingo, bango. If you shorted the IB high, you're a pretty happy guy, a gal. A couple of beautiful trades here. Perfect per my strategy, but I wasn't here at the moment, unfortunately. And we never got back to the almost right here, but I would never take that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This where the hell is that pop? There was a big pop on Trump talking to the here, I guess it was Trump talking to the media in Air Force One, telling them that talks were back on with Iran. Maybe they figured out. Maybe this means Iran said no, they're not. I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. So I'm going to get back to my testing with Edgeful and with back testing, and have a great rest of your day. Thanks for coming by the stream every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is my risk neutral trading, is my virtual trading journal. So I appreciate very much that you come by, and shut her down here in 5 seconds. And there we have it. 7 hours on the stream. So have a great rest of your day. And remember that you're the most valuable piece of equipment in your trading office. So you need to take real good care of yourself. Your eyes process all the data that comes in. Your brain makes the decisions about that. And that affects financial decisions to affect your family. So you need to be really conscious of that. Have a good night. And